Kaur? Yes, I can see you. Manrag Singh? Yes. Okay, Ramjit Singh? Yes. Anhad Singh? Can see you. And Harsimar Kaur? Yeah, I think so. Haley Singh and Hannah Singh was at the last minute if they were coming. Khushmeet Singh, not coming. Ravneet Kaur? Okay. So almost everybody is here. Okay. Hun second group di seva, asi Dipleen Kaur, she is going to do it, make the announcements, and who is going to help you, Dipleen? Was there? Jobin Singh. Jobin Singh, wherever you are, come on. Yes, he's here. Okay, let's start the group 2. Is there a possibility for the names on the board? Or, okay. So judges, just one thing to tell you that the first, when one participant has finished and they pick up the next number, remember, if I take that name, don't worry about it. You keep writing your comments. For you, I will make the announcement when they are ready to go and they are at the podium. So the first group of judges were like paying attention to the name here and then writing comments. So the name will be there too. But also, remember, don't pay to the attention until the second participant or the next one is standing here and I say the name and start. That's what we will do. Hanji.
So group second, the questions, judges. Question 1, what were the basic reasons that prompted numerous Sikh martyrs to sacrifice their lives? How long did these conditions last? Should we watch out for such conditions even today? Question 2, after reading 9 chapters on Sikh Shaheeds in the book, has your faith in the Sikh way of life changed or not? If yes, how? If not, why not? Last question, is age a factor in one's willingness to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's principles? When forced to choose between giving up their principles for a comfortable life or sacrificing their life for their principles, why do martyrs choose to sacrifice their life? First participant.
So the speech time is 6 minutes. So the first bell will be 5 minutes 30 seconds, second will be 6 minutes, and third will be 6 minutes 30 seconds. And the time, the marks will be taken away only after the third bell. So remember that, yeah. Any question for you too? Yes. So you do the 5 minutes, 30 seconds, 6 minutes, and 6 minutes.
Any other questions before we get started? Okay.
Hannah Singh.
Hannah Singh? No? Manraj Singh? Manrag Singh. Sorry, beta. Judges, Manrag Singh, M-A-N-R-A-G Singh.
वाहिगुरु जी का
Do you need this? No. Let's move it. Let me first set you up and then you start, okay?
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. My name is Manrag Singh.
and I'm going to talk about the Sikh Martyrs. Our first big questions are, what were the basic reasons that promoted numerous Sikh Martyrs to sacrifice their lives? How long did these conditions last? Lastly, should we watch out for such conditions even today? One thing was the Mughal ruler. They were forcing Sikhs or other religions to convert their religion. Another thing is the government were putting bounties on the Sikhs and allowing them to break in their houses and take their stuff. Next, how long did these conditions last? Well, it lasted to the 1800s. Lastly, should we watch out for such conditions even today? Yes, we are different than the people we see in school, work, or on the sidewalk. They judge how we look not by our personality. Maybe they bully us mentally or physically to cut our hair or stop doing something in our religion. Second question. After reading this book, has the faith in the Sikh way of life changed or not? To me, it's a yes. It's a reminder of what the Gurus did, from war to murder to being tortured to even starting their own religion. But in the end, they taught us one thing. There is only one God. Last question. Is an age factor of one's willingness to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's principles? No, you can be any age. An example is the four Sabzades. Baba Jeet Singh Ji was 18 years old, Baba Judhar Singh Ji was 14 years old, Baba Zawar Singh Ji was 9 years old, and Baba Fateh Singh Ji was 7 years old. They had died as a martyr. Last question. When forced to choose between giving up their principles for a comfortable life or sacrificing their lives, sacrifice their life, some wanted to have freedom and not be doing unneeded rituals. Some were strong about their beliefs, and some had a strong connection with the Gurus. The Sikhs are a reminder and thinks of the four sons of Guru Gobind Singh Sahib, who laid down their lives for maintaining truth and justice. Then the Sikhs have to remember the 40 martyrs of Muktsar and countless others who did not abandon their faith and were brutally murdered. They fought for protection and preservation of justice, truth, and self-respect. Some of them were cut into pieces, limb by limb, and even scalps of some were scalped. Many of them were flayed alive or broken on the wheels. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Raj Ramjeet.
Judges ready? Go ahead.
Waheguru Ji Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Fateh. Sat Sri Akal to the judges, parents, and my friends. I would like to start off by saying I am so proud to be a Sikh. Sikh Sakis for the Youth has taught me a lot about Sikh Martyrs. Sikh Martyrs sacrificed their lives because the honorable Sikh way of life was threatened and innocent Sikhs were being killed and tortured. They also sacrificed their lives so that future Sikhs could live a good life and continue to practice the principles of Sikhism. These difficult conditions lasted for a long time, through Guru Nanak Ji's time, through Guru Gobind Singh Ji's time. We should always watch out for these conditions because even today Sikhs can be persecuted and we must protect Sikhs and Sikhism. I believe that my faith in the Sikh way of life changed because I learned that Sikhs are very brave and honorable people. We protect women and children and the helpless. I am very proud of my Sikhs and Sikhism. After reading the chapters, I realized that age is not a factor because everyone in the book did it. For example, Guru Gobind Singh Ji's sons were only 6 and 8 years old and they were tortured and killed. Martyrs choose to sacrifice their lives because they believe in God and Sikhism a lot. A comfortable life without principles is wrong because it is very temporary and does not help Sikhs at all. It is a very selfish act because you are just thinking about yourself and not thinking about other people who are suffering. When someone sacrifices their life for their principles, they are standing up for their religion and their beliefs. They are protecting the Sikh way of life and the future generation of Sikhs. For example, in this book, Hakikat Rai insisted that he was a Sikh and was not afraid for standing up for his religion. Thank you. And Waheguru Ji Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Fateh.
Har Simmer Kaur. Manat Kaur.
Raj Ramji. Thank you. Mannat Kaur.
Do you like this? No, it's okay. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Sure. Wait.
Okay.
Get your setting. Start here.
Like this?
Yes.
Sure.
Judges ready? Okay. Mannat Kaur.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ 3 ਸਿਧਾਂਤ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ ਵੰਡ ਛਕੋ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰੋ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ ਸਿਧਾਂਤ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ 'ਚ ਲੋਕ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਲੱਭਦੇ ਸੀ ਪੱਥਰ ਪੂਜਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਇਹ ਸਭ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋਗੇ ਸਿਫਤ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਪਿਆ ਪਰਦਾ ਓਨਾ ਹੀ ਹਟਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸੇ ਸਿਧਾਂਤ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਦੇ ਜਪਦੇ ਉਹ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ 'ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਸਰੀਰ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਇੰਨਾ ਪੱਕਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਧਰਮ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਰੀਰ ਦਾ ਤਿਆਗ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ 4 ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ ਫਿਲਾਸਫੀ 'ਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪੱਕਾ ਕੀਤਾ 5ਵੇਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦੀ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਭਾਈ ਮਤੀਦਾਸ ਭਾਈ ਸਤੀਦਾਸ ਭਾਈ ਦਿਆਲਾ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ ਕਈ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਇੰਨਾ ਟੌਰਚਰ ਸਹਿਣ ਕੀਤਾ ਪਰ ਧਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਰਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਦੇ ਜਪਦੇ ਉਸ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਪੱਕਾ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਬੰਦ ਕਟਵਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਸੀ ਪਰ ਧਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਸੀ। ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਭ ਚੇਂਜ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਮੋਹ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਮੋਹ ਤੋਂ ਦੂਰ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਲਈ ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ। ਦੂਜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਛੋਟੇ ਨੂੰ ਦਬਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹਕੂਮਤ ਨਾਲ ਮੱਥਾ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਤੇ ਜਾਨ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਚਾਹੇ 84 ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ। ਇਹ ਸਭ ਸੈਕਰੀਫਾਈਸ ਲਈ ਕੋਈ ਏਜ ਲਿਮਿਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਛੋਟੇ ਸਾਹਿਬਜ਼ਾਦੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦੀ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸੱਚ ਕਰ ਦਿਖਾਈ। ਆਪਣੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਤੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਆਸਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਧਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਿਆ, ਆਪਾਵਾਦ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਇਸ ਬੁੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਹੋਰ ਪੱਕਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿੱਖਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਰੋਜ਼ ਇੱਕ ਟਾਈਮ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਆਦਤ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਅੰਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਾਂਗੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਧਰਮ ਹੇਤ ਸੀਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ, ਬੰਦ ਕਟਾਏ, ਖੋਪਰੀਆਂ ਲੁਹਾਈਆਂ, ਚਰਖੜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਚੜੇ ਤਨ ਆਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਚਰਾਏ ਗਏ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਕੇਸਾ ਸਵਾਸਾ ਸੰਗ ਨਿਭਾਈ, ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Gracie Kaur.
Judges ready?
सूरा सो पहचानिए जो लड़े दीन के हेत, पुरजा कटमरे कबहू ना छड़े के। गुरु प्यारी साथ संगत जी गज के फतेह बुलाओ, वाहे गुरु जी का खालसा, वाहे गुरु जी की फतेह। Martyrdom in Sikhism represents an important element of faith, to fight against oppression, a belief to accept death but not renouncing the faith's tenets and principles. Whatever we may do, inevitably we are going to die. Why not die with courage? Je to prem kiran ka chao, sir tar tali gali meri aao. Shahida Dastaj Guru Arjan Dev Ji sacrificed his life to uphold the sanctity of faith and surrender to the hukum of Vaheguru. He not only preached but set an example too. he guided all humans to stand for truth. Sarbanstani Guru Gobind Singh Ji sacrificed his father and the 4 Sahibzadas to fight against the oppression of the Mughals. The sacrifices of the Gurus paved a path of sacrifices for many others to follow. Bhai Taru Singh Ji ne Kopriya Lohaya, Bhai Sabit Singh, ਅਤੇ ਭਾਈ ਸੁਬੇਗ ਸਿੰਘ ਛਖੜਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਚੜ੍ਹੇ, ਭਾਈ ਮਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਟਾਏ ਪਰ ਧਰਮ ਨੇ ਹੀ ਹਾਰਿਆ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸਿਦਕ ਕੇ ਸਵਾਸਨ ਨਾਲ ਨਭਾਏ. In India, the condition for political oppression and social injustice started with the end of Akbar's reign. As the new Mughal rulers came in, they believed that Islam is the only religion that should be followed and started forcing people to convert to Islam. Sanget Ji, with the change in times, the oppression and injustice can be at the battlefield, fighting with weapons like Russia's invasion on Ukraine, or through social discrimination, racism, oppression of truth, and diversity exclusion. To say Black Lives Matter isn't a choice but our duty as a Sikh. Lieutenant Dor is fighting for his right to wear the drip and keep his kiss while serving in the Marines as the fight continues. It's unfair to have to give up your religious article of faith to be a patriot and serve the nation. Every person should have the right to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. After reading through all of the Sakis of Sikh Shaheeds, my faith in Sikhi has become more stronger, and I am astonished to see the bravery of our martyrs. The martyrdom of Baba Ajit Singh Ji and Baba Jujhar Singh Ji during the Battle of Trinkor teaches us how they gave their lives so that others can live in peace and freedom from oppression by the state. The Saki of Baba Banda Singh Bahadur is inspiring in how he fought against oppression and stood up for his faith. Our gurus and other great Sikh warriors sacrificed their lives for a philanthropic cause, and we need to continue the legacy and fight against injustice. The Khalsa A team is actively working to support the people of Ukraine and is continuing with Langar Seva. Sikhism teaches love and respect for all human beings. Sikhi teaches that there's only one God. Aur ek onkar hai, Satnam hai. Age is not a factor in one's willingness to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's principles. It is their courage, perseverance, and faith. How do you get these? It's through the bakshish of Guru Sahib that you are blessed with these virtues. Our Sikh history has martyrdom stories of the Choti Sahibzadas who laid their life but refused to renounce their faith and religion for a comfortable life. Sanget Ji, it is mind-boggling to understand how at the tender age of 6 and 9, they had wisdom, courage, and bravery to fight and not give up their faith. When all other efforts fail, it is justified to take a sword and protect your life and right of worship. Guru Har Gobind Ji gave us 2 swords of Meedi and Beedi. Beedi is the sword of wisdom, and Meedi is the sword used to fight against evil. Martyrs chose to sacrifice their life, but not give up faith, as Sikhi believes that it is faith that is everlasting and not life. The firm belief in faith, freedom of worship, and refusal to submit to any kind of attack by rulers is a way to live or to die. Blood-curdling events of Sikh history made Sikhs stronger than ever, and even more fearless of the oppression let loose against them. Even today, Sikhs don't even hesitate to die for injustice and human rights. The legacy of our gurus is followed by great Sikh leaders like Jaswant Singh Kalra, who stood against brutality of the Indian police. It inspires that no matter how hard the situation is, you must be that light in the darkness. Life is precious and should be saved, but many times the situation arises that death alone can save lives. Martyrs always live because they bestow life for the people. As Shakespeare had said, a coward dies many deaths, the brave dies once. Aisi marne jo mare bahar na mar na hoye. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh.
Anhad Singh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. You may have heard of Sakhis, which are the amazingly true stories of so many inspiring saint soldiers and blaze trailers over the many centuries. The Sakhis in this book covers roughly about 40 years of Sikh history, depicting unparalleled bravery and steadfast conviction. Imagine, some even lied to become martyred to uphold their principles, such as Kaka Hakikat Rai, just a teenager and not born of a Sikh family, but was willing to become martyred along with his Sikh comrades. Each generation learned about righteousness from their previous martyrs and held the fort of justice with their life. What coaxed such Sikh martyrs to throw away everything they had, their lives, you may ask? Here are a few reasons. 1, it enables future generations to have peace, freedom of thoughts, worship, and their human rights without any fear of oppression. 2, because death will come sooner or later. Why not die with courage, upholding the principles like practicing my own faith, or not accepting conversion under force, like by Taru Singh Ji, Subeg Singh Ji, Shahbaz Singh Ji, or giving defiance to tyrants, or to raise people's voices like Bota Singh Ji and Garja Singh Ji. Instead of living longer with no honor, martyrs choose to sacrifice their lives sooner. And 3, when rulers are corrupt, wicked, and lost all sense of justice, then it is the duty of the warriors and the common people alike to bring this tyrant to justice. To tie it together, it is so that the future generations, the masses, the society, and the world at large can enjoy freedom, justice, and live in peace. It is a small price to pay for the betterment and a much larger good for generations to come, and only martyrs can understand that. Sawa lakh se ek ladau, tabe Gobind Singh naam kahau. You might be wondering, how long did these conditions last? To put it sadly, these conditions are still present. When upright people lower their guards, these conditions will always rise up. We should always be on the lookout to be prepared to take such actions. Take the Kisan Morcha, for example. The anti-farmer laws had passed in India in 2020 to capture the commons land and give it to the large companies. Having heard about martyrs, the Khalsa spirit in farmers rose up immensely, leading to all being lined up at the border of Delhi for a full year. 750 farmers lent their lives, but they never gave up, and victory was theirs in the end. A non-Sikh example is the current Ukraine war, where the brave Ukrainian soldiers are fighting the Russians for a month now, and they're not giving up. Ukraine is still free and standing because of the defiance shown by them. And about the impact of these Sakhis on my faith, I had a fair idea about the Shahidis before, but the book has made more clear the reasons behind which I listed above. Before, it was just proud feelings, but now I understand why. Why was it done? And hence my faith has become stronger. I could see what the Guru taught and how martyrs followed that generation after generation to defend the principles with their lives. It was true then, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. I need to be stronger to firmly hold the line like my forefathers did. Many people have heard about the Chota Sahibzades, Kaka Hakikat Rai, and others. They always ask, would a little child be afraid of death? The answer lies in whoever understands the principles of Sikhi and how it is so crucial to save the future. For them, death is not something to be afraid of. Joto prem khilan ka chao, sir tar tali gali meri aao, it marg pair darija, sir dije kaan nikija. Gurbani lines assure us of divinity behind the sacrifice and make us stronger in the faith. And the Sakhis we learn ensure us that these are not just lofty ideals, but true stories. Someone learned it. Someone gave the sacrifice and made our today safer. So no, once it is understood why to sacrifice, age is not a factor to sacrifice for the principles of Sikhi. And this why? It is because of the Guru-driven and awakened mind knows very well this is a very small price to pay for the betterment and justice for many generations to come. And the massive change after the sacrifice of Guru Arjan Sahib Ji and Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji is that they put themselves on the front line so that the rest can live and follow that. So to simply put, it is a small, very small price to pay for the betterment of many. In fact, many generations to come. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Arjan Singh.
Arjun Singh? Arjun Singh. Beta Arjun Singh. Yeah, Arjun Singh.
Haley Singh. Adair Singh.
Judges ready?
Guru Pyari Sat Sangat Ji और फतेह सान जी करे वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. A good Sikh is a Sikh, fully devoted to the true Guru. Sir jave ta jave, mera Sikhi sadak na jave. The basic reasons that prompted numerous Sikh martyrs to sacrifice their lives is a firm belief in faith, freedom of worship, and refusal to submit to any kind of attack by anyone. Pehla maran kapul, जीवन की चद आस, हो सबना की रैन का, ता आओ हमारे पास. For a Sikh, the perfect shaheed is one who died not just in a battle, but one who also suffered death by refusing to renounce his faith, tenets, and principles. The Sikh experience through the years gave rise to this type of ideal martyrdom.
The condition started since the time of the Gurus, with Guru Arjan Dev Ji regarded as the first Sikh martyr. These conditions have continued until recent times. The episode of the Wisconsin Gurdwara and other hate crimes reminds us that we need to watch out for these conditions even today, due to the mistaken Sikh identity, ignorance, and supremacist ideologies. After reading each of the 9 chapters in Sikh Shaheeds in the book, my faith in the Sikh way of life has deepened. It made me realize that retaining a faith for a Sikh is superior to attaining life. Whatever we may do, we all have to die someday. Why not die with courage and not abandon our faith? We must live and die as a Sikh, as nothing is better than that. Desha bar mohe hai, shabkar mante ka baho na taro, na ro alsyo jo bajaya ro, निश्चय करे अपनी जीत करो और सीखो अपने ही मन को ए लालच हो गंतो अचरो जब आपकी ओर निदान बने अतीवन में तब जूझ मरो. The profound story of martyrdom of Char Sahibzade will long live in every Sikh's heart. The story of Kaka Ekikat Rai reminds us that all Sikhs will not lie even if they have to die. Baba Banda Singh Bahadur was brutally tortured, but he and other Sikhs did not give up in their faith. Bhai Taro Singh Ji sacrificed his life in the name of protecting Sikh values by having his head scalped rather than cutting his hair and converting to Islam. Mughal rulers killed many Sikhs for refusing to obey their orders and for opposing the persecution of Sikhs. In our current times, the strength of the Sikh martyrs give me courage to fight against bullying and other challenges that we young Sikhs face in school and in our communities. I believe that age is not a factor in one's willingness to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's principles. The tender-aged Chote Sahibzade, Baba Zorwal Singh and Baba Fateh Singh, serve as an example for all Sikhs on how to live and die with dignity. They remained their bow and acted gracefully with great self-confidence and firmly refused to give up their faith. Baba Jajal Singh, Baba Ajit Singh, Kaka Ekikat Rai all chose to sacrifice their lives at young ages. Their story gives me courage to have self-respect and not give in to bullies. I learned martial arts to defend myself and others and live my life with dignity. Their lives also encourage me to be fearless when I'm afraid to try something new or feel intimidated at school or while playing sports. Our Sikh history teaches us valuable lessons, and our daily ardas reminds us of the good Sikhs who sacrificed their lives in the name of protecting Sikh values. Jinna Singha Singha ne dharm het sees dite, ban kataye, khopya lohaiya, chakya te chaye, aya na chaye, Gurdwara di seva li gurbaniya kitya, dharm nahi haya, Sikhi ke saswasana nibai, तना दी कमायदा त्यान तक के कलसा जी बोलो जी वाहिगुरु जी का कलसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह.
Kushmeet Singh, Ravneet Kaur,
Judges ready? Ravneet Kaur. Go ahead.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. The Jar Sahibzada's names are here. Our names we hear very often because of their bravery and sacrifice for the Sikh religion. We have seen movies and read books about this, and we should continuously understand the importance of Shahidi and Sikhism, which they have shown. Baba Jeet Singh Ji, born in 1687, was the eldest son of Guru Gobind Singh Ji and only 18 when he sacrificed his life for Panth. After Baba Ajit Singh Ji, Baba Jujhar Singh Ji was born in the year 1691 at Anpur Sahib, making him the second son of Guru Gobind Singh Ji and only 16 when he gave his life. Then came Baba Zorawar Singh Ji in 1699 and Baba Fateh Singh Ji, who was only 6 at the time of his death, completing the Jar Sahibzada. The Jar Sahibzada all lived a short but very impactful lives. 18-year-old Baba Jeet Singh Ji and 16-year-old Baba Jujhar Singh Ji were separated with their family and followed their father and 42 other Guru Sikhs to Jamkar, a Jaiguri or less strong fort. This took on 10 lakh and lost their lives fighting Waris Khan's Mughal army. Meanwhile, the Shote Sahibzade and stayed alongside Mata Gujri Kaur but taken to Sirhind and staying there for 3 days. Even though the Bujri was unbearable, as they didn't get food, water, or warmth, and as they stayed in good condition and good spirits, and they told the Sakhis about the other gurus. On their second day in the Bujri, were given the option to convert to Islam or die, and they chose Shahidi. They were bricked alive and lost their lives. Although we think of the Jar Sahibzada and talk about their sacrifice, we must remind ourselves about the time of this. Many may think age is a factor when it comes to sacrificing your life, but the Jar Sahibzada have shown that it is not. You can be as young as 6 and fight alongside many strong Sikhs and Sikhnan, proving that age is not a factor when it means becoming Shaheed, and that the only thing that you need is a connection to the Guru and what you believe in, to be brave and strong. To make sacrifices, it is important that we stand up for what is right, like the Jar Sahibzada. Throughout the history of Sikhi, there have been many martyrs who have sacrificed themselves for many reasons. A basic reason for their sacrifices can be keeping their rightness and standing up for what is right. For an example, the basic teaching, like sharing, reading, and understanding Gurbani and earning to live an honest living, is seen as a good way to lend life. Even when these martyrs are being forced not to do so, they kept on standing up for it. And another basic reason for sacrifice is keeping the Guru close to your heart. Instead of choosing to be comfortable with the Jar Sahibzada. For an example, the rest of the Khalsa making them decide not to sacrifice their religion and beliefs even if it means losing their lives. A year after the Jar Sahibzada's passed, a Sikh warrior named Baba Banda Singh Bahadur continued to challenge Mughal rules and laws after getting the chance to worship Guru Gobind Singh Ji. As Baba Banda Singh Bahadur and other soldiers stood up to get their ground, to get Waris Khan, they battled in the Battle of Sirhind, where Baba Bhai Singh Ji was able to end Waris Khan and their religion. Although other Sikhs were killed after having each of their limbs chopped, conditions like this lasted years and years after the Jar Sahibzada. And we can still see smaller things like these today at a lower scale. With things like racism in the news and in the internet, it is important that we keep Guru's teachings in mind and heart. Even though we might not have to become Shaheed, we should continue to respect the examples they set. Baba Taru Singh Ji is also a great example of a martyr that can be used to show the importance of sacrifice even today. When ordered to cut his hair, Baba Taru Singh Ji strongly refused, and as a result, Baba Taru Singh Ji strongly refused, and as a result, they removed his scalp. This shows the strength and respect he held for his guests, and today we should continue to do the same today. In a society with many different lifestyles, we should focus on improving ourselves and becoming like the martyrs that we see. Farmers involved in the protests are also good examples of the importance of time. These people sacrificed their own comfort and used their strength to change the world and to stay close to God and their beliefs. This shows that people continue to do this for generations. After reading about the Sikhs and Martyrs, I have learned a lot about Sikh history and have been inspired to strengthen my knowledge and faith in life in a good way. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Arjit Singh.
Arjit Singh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Sikh history is full of Sikhs of courage and strength. Thousands of Sikhs achieved martyrdom, fighting for their rights and justice. Sikh martyrs from Baba Ajit Singh and Baba Jujhar Singh to Shaheed Bhai Taru Singh faced many hardships, but decided to follow Guru's path and remain in Chardi Kala. Pehla maran kabul, जीवन की छड़े आस, हो सबना की रैन का तो आओ हमारे पास. जो तो प्रेम खिलन का चाओ, सिर दर तली गली मेरी आओ, इत मार्ग पैर धरीजय, सिर दीजय कान ना कीजय. The key reasons that prompted Sikh martyrs at the time to sacrifice their lives were connected with the principles of Sikh faith. This included 1. Protecting and following their faith while making sure the future generations could live in peace and remain free from the oppression by state. For example, when the Chote Sahibzade were given a choice between faith and having a life of luxuries and comfort, they went with faith and stood tall in front of the state at the time. 2. Doing what's right even if it means losing their life. For example, Bhai Garja Singh and Bhai Bota Singh very smartly decided to get in front of the people and started gathering toll when they found out that the government had made an announcement
saying that all Sikhs have been killed and prove them wrong. They wanted to make sure that the truth about Sikhs gets in front of the people. These conditions, when Sikhs had to fight for respect and human rights, along with freedom for worship, lasted for more than 50 years, mostly happening in the 1700s. This tells us how Sikhs showed grit and dedication by giving up on their loved ones but not their faith. While we don't live in the same old times today, it's still important to watch out for these conditions even today. While Sikhs around the world continue to practice the principles of Sikh faith, they run into many challenges. We as Sikhs need to remember our martyrs and the sacrifices they have made. We will continue to be surrounded by people with their opinions, but we need to stay connected to our roots and create awareness about Sikhi in the world through our actions for our future. After reading about the various Sikh shaheeds in the book, my faith in the Sikh way of life has only become more strong. While I have heard many stories about Sikh shaheeds and attended many camps themed on Sikh shaheeds, I did not have much knowledge of this specific time period that transformed Sikhi forever and made the world take notice of Sikh valor and bravery. The sacrifices that these martyrs have made ensured that we enjoy a bright future and live in peace. We owe this to our martyrs and other people who helped Sikhs establish their own identity in the world. I will forever remain thankful to these martyrs who gave up their life to save Sikhi and ensure that the basic principles of Sikhi are practiced. A question I was asked was, is age a factor in one's willingness to sacrifice their life? When I saw this question, I immediately thought about Kaka Hakikat Rai. I don't think that age is a factor because Kaka Hakikat Rai was only a teenager, but he still sacrificed his life. I noticed that when martyrs were forced to choose between giving up their principles for a more comfortable life or sacrificing their life for their principles, the martyrs chose to sacrifice their life because they were proud of their faith and wanted Sikhs to have a better future. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
I think those were all the participants that were here. We'll announce the ones that were missing one more time, just in case somebody joined late.
Kushmeet Singh, Arjun Singh, Haley Singh, Harsimar Kaur, Hannah Singh,
So that wraps up our group 2. Group 3, we'll take a small break. We'll take a short break, so we'll be back in the Diwan hall at 2:10. So please वापस आ जाओ 2:10 ते ਅਸੀਂ group 3 शुरू करांगे फिर. Thank you. Sat Sangat ji, we are about to get started. Please settle down. बच्चे जी प्लीज बैठ जाओ सारे. Sangat ji, sorry, we are still waiting for the judges. So give us 5 to 10 more minutes. Sorry.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਾਰੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਹਾਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਭੱਜੋ। ਐਂਡ ਕਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਜੱਜਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਂ ਇਹ ਕੰਪੀਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿਸ ਗਰੁੱਪ 'ਚ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਆਉਣਾ। ਸੋ ਰਾਊਂਡ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਓ। ਐਂਡ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਈ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਜੱਜਿਸ, right? So yesterday I wrote them that according to how many are coming, 2:30 we will start the third group. So they were planning to come 15 minutes early, but then the traffic and a delay ho gaya. But the two judges, they are keeping in touch with me. They are just in traffic, 5 to 6 more minutes. But 2:30 I told them, so they will be here. And we are ready to go as soon as they come. So that's where the delays are. But, and that's why parents, do you remember how many emails we sent you? Please tell us if your kid is coming, if it is, he's coming, she's coming. And the ones who did not say yes or no, we thought they might show up, so we allotted them the time. And that's why we are a little bit late, but otherwise the program is going pretty good, and we are very impressed the way everybody is coming. Also remember, if you ever register yourself, do not take away your name, or try not to cancel it at the last minute. The reason is, if in each group there are 6 kids, the first one will go to the regional competition. But if there are 7, the second one will go too. So after 12, if there are 13, then third will go too. So did you see why we were so much after Himmat Singh ke chahe tu apna naam hi das ja, but so that we can take 4 kids for the regional competition, right? So this is the law, this is the way they have made all rules and regulations. So je ek baar tusi register karata aur book onu bacche nu deti hai, please try not to withdraw yourself. The reason is, another reason is that these kids learn that I can say no to my parent at the last minute, and in life things are going to happen where they will say, but by the way, we dropped on that thing last minute, how come we can do it now? So that's not a good teaching. So one thing for sure, if you register for something, please make sure they come here, even if they come unprepared. So that's all I'm going to say. 5 more minutes, 2:25 on my watch. So still, if you want to stand up, stretch yourself, go to the bathroom one more time, but don't run in the Darbar Hall. That's about it. Thank you so much for your patience, Sangat ji and participant. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh.
Sangat ji, we are ready to start now. Group 3, मैं एक बार सारे questions judges ਦੇ ਲਈ read ਕਰਾਂਗੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ we'll do a quick roll to make sure ਸਾਰੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ and then we'll get started. Okay? So group 3 ਦੇ questions, there are 3 questions. First, and the name of the book is Brief History of the Sikh Gurus. Question 1. Many Sakhis in the book caution us against meaningless rituals. Why do most of us still fall for such rituals? Why is it important that we do not engage in them? Question 2. What approaches did Guru Nanak Dev Ji and other gurus use for spreading their message to the masses? Learning from those approaches, how can we spread Sikhi's message of oneness of all humanity in the world? Question 3. What do the lives of our gurus teach us about how to get close to Vaheguru? Why do we need to be close to Vaheguru? How does it benefit us? Speech time is 6 minutes. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds te pehli bell vajegi. 6 minutes te dusri bell. And then third bell vajegi 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Once the third bell rings, you should try to wrap up. Because us to baad, agar tusi, if you go on, then your points will get deducted. So please keep in mind, first bell is okay, second bell is okay, third bell, wrap up. All right. Participants, Harbain Singh. Is Harbain here? Harbin, sorry. Harbin is here. Gurmin Singh. Gureen Kaur, Tejas Singh, Ekas Singh, Ishveer Singh, Anush Singh, Brahmjot Singh, Meher Kaur, Gurleen Kaur, Simardeep Kaur, Ranveer Singh, Tripat Kaur. So we have most of the kids here. Let's get started. Thank you, Saiba. You want to announce?
Gurmin Singh.
Judges ready?
Guru Pyari Saad Sangat Ji, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Tirat Parat Udan Kar, Man Mein Tare Gaman, Nanak Nifal Jat Hai Jio Kuntre Snan. Visiting sacred shrines, observing fasts, and making donations become useless actions if they increase my pride. It is equal to an elephant who first takes a bath and then rolls in the dust. So why do we fall for rituals? Humans perform rituals because we believe they get us closer to God. I think for us, it is much easier to visit a gurdwara once a week than visiting our own minds and watching what we are thinking. By performing certain acts, we feel more religious and virtuous, and by continuous practice of certain rituals, we gain more respect in our community. In times of stress, rituals are meant to bring a good outcome. For example, if I did 40 parts of Sukhmani Sahib, I will surely pass my exam. But rituals started as a method to connect us to God.
And when that doesn't happen, it becomes a futile attempt with wastage of our time and effort. For example, Guruji didn't agree with Pandit Hardayal on wearing the janeo. Guruji's argument was, how can a cotton thread protect me in this life and the afterlife and be a symbol of higher caste if my actions are lowly? The focus should be on improving your inner self with virtues of compassion, contentment, and truthfulness. We should not engage in these external rituals because they only make our mind even more stained with the false sense of being pure and superior. All Gurujis focused on one eternal truth, that there is only one aliveness or jot, which is equally present in all living forms, and we should never forget that. Sabna jiya ka kadata somai visar na jaye. This universal message of equality and love was spread by gurus in their own unique ways. Guru Nanak Dev Ji preferred to eat meal with poor, low-caste Bailalo, who worked hard to make an honest living, and refused the grand feast offered by rich and higher caste corrupt official Malik Bago. Guruji inspired others to stand up for what is right and not accept what is wrong or unjust. Langar system is a beautiful sharing tradition formalized by Guru Angad Dev Ji to provide free food without discrimination. Guru Amar Das Ji abolished sati and parda traditions and brought women in society equal to men. This societal reform continued with succeeding gurus, and they didn't even hesitate to give up their own lives. The martyrdom of Guru Arjan Dev Ji and Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji can never be forgotten as an act of humanity towards spreading love for justice and equal rights. When the time came for physically defending the weak and suppressed, Guru Har Gobind Ji and Guru Gobind Singh Ji instilled such courage and bravery in the Sikhs that they fought numerous battles protecting the rights of others. How can I spread the message of oneness? I have to understand first, what is my role as an individual in this grand scheme of the universe? My actions can lead to a ripple effect and either bring more love or hatred. Gurbani guides us to switch from only my way of thinking to how the Guru's way is. And the Guru's way is to stop judging and slandering others. I must also realize that others' viewpoints can be correct, and that I'm not always right. I'm not better, but I am part of this universe. Looking at Guruji's lives, one can infer that they recognized their true inner self in the purpose of human life. The Gurus had lost attachment to their own identity. They merely acted as representatives of Vaheguru. As Bhagat Kabir Ji appropriately said, "Jab hum hote tab tu nahi." When I was here, you didn't exist. Jab hum ab tu hi main nahi. Now that I have recognized that all is you, I don't exist. All Sakhis direct us towards Guru's entire lifetime spent meditating on Nam, but not as words chanting. It was reflected in their behavior towards others. The pathway to go to Vaheguru is through his people. Why do we need to get close to Vaheguru? The answer is in this beautiful Gurbani line. Anand piya meri mai, Sat Guru main paya. Guru Amar Das Ji says, I'm in Anand, this forever bliss, because I have recognized the Satguru within me. We are a finite body and mind created by Vaheguru, and through the agency of this body, we need to recognize our true inner jewel. And if we didn't recognize this truth, then we'll just keep going through the cycles of happiness, anxiety, and stress, day in, day out. Man tu jot sarup hai, apna mool pachan, and how does it benefit us? Man har ji tere naal hai, gurmati rang maan. Vaheguru is always with me, and to test that Vaheguru is always with me, I should feel the inner joy And if I'm not experiencing that ever-present peace and joy, then I'm still trapped in my ego. If all of us can adopt this oneness thinking, the whole world can be filled with love, and we can end wars and hatred. Let the inner happiness flow outside, and as the Dalai Lama beautifully said, world peace begins with inner peace. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Ranveer Singh.
We'll give a minute or two for the judges to finish, and we'll start. Judges ready?
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Today in my symposium, I'll be covering 3 topics. First one being why people fall for meaningless rituals. Most of us fall for such rituals because people think doing rituals is going to make them close to God or make them go to heaven. What is the purpose of rituals? People perform rituals to satisfy their superstitious beliefs regarding God, traditions, etc. There is only one God, and his name is Vaheguru. He is the creator of all humans. Doing such false rituals is not going to make you close to him. This is why our gurus cautioned us against these rituals. They can misguide us. Our gurus taught us to say scriptures and sing hymns to be close to him. Some false rituals are throwing water to the sun and wearing a janu. A janu stands for high caste. God created us all to be equal. Therefore, most of us fall for such rituals, and why our gurus cautioned us against these rituals. Moving on to the second question. Approaches that Guru Nanak Dev Ji and other gurus made were very useful. Guru Nanak Dev Ji bring awareness within people, traveling from one place to another to teach people the right things and to say that meaningless rituals should come to a stop. Guru Angad Dev Ji wrote Gurbani scripts in small gutkas. Guru Amar Das Ji stopped the practices of parda, which is for women to stand behind a curtain in their house. He also stopped the practices of sati, which is for wives to also burn along with their husband when they die. Guru Har Gobind Ji spread the message by Miri Te Piri, not to only become saint but also soldier. Similarly, Guru Har Krishan Ji spread the message of seva. Though he was a small kid, he continued the practices of seva until he turned 8 and took his last breaths. Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji spread the message of have no fear and impose no fear on anyone. He sacrificed his life for the Hindu religion. Guru Gobind Singh Ji spread the message of creating Khalsa Panth, asking Sikhs to have 5 articles, which are Kanga, Case, Kada, Kirpan and Kachera. In today's date, our generation has come up with several ways to spread important and necessary messages. Personally, I want to spread our message of Sikhi's message using social media, as it reaches out to several different age groups worldwide. Another way is by what our gurus have taught us, that is seva. Creating a non-profit organization or join in an existing one. That is an example of seva. Now, coming to the last question. Our gurus taught us to get close to Vaheguru by doing 3 things, which are Naam Japna, Kirat Karni and Vant Chakna. Naam Japna, meditation on the divine name with love and devotion. Kirat Karni, honest earning of bread with dignity and labor. To create one's livelihood through honest, creative and productive labor. Vant Chakna, to share the fruits of earnings with the needy. Sharing with and caring for the needy and sick. Help the people who cannot help themselves. Our gurus taught us to leave the 5 evils, which are Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moha and Ahankar. We need to be close to Vaheguru because He is the one who created us. He provided us shelter and food. He is not considered to be the universe Himself, but the life and force within it. We should thank Him for all He has done for us. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Eka Singh.
Judges Ekar Singh.
Guru Pyari Sat Sangat ji, आओ फतेह सांझी करिए वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. The Sakhis in the book guide us that Sikh gurus spoke strongly against the meaningless rituals and misguided superstition. They condemned rituals like cleansing baths, sacrifice of animals, worshipping idols, self-punishments, and fasting for religious reasons. Guru Nanak Dev Ji, even when he was still a child, disagreed with the Brahmin priests and declined to wear the cotton thread. Unfortunately, most of us still undertake ritualistic and worthless behavior, and we do this mostly at times of worry, uncertainty, or trouble. We wrongly believe that undertaking these customs will bring us special assistance from Vaheguru or some other higher power. It is important that we do not engage in these valueless rituals, as that will not bring one closer to God or make one a better human being. Guru Nanak Dev Ji says, Achari nahi jitya jai. Through ritual actions, God cannot be won over. Further, he says, Rog param, ped man duja, gurbin param, jape jap duja. The mind is diseased with doubt, superstition, and duality. Without the Guru, it dwells in doubt and contemplates duality. The only way to connect with Vaheguru is by remembering him through Nam Simran and living a life of pure actions. Guru Nanak Dev Ji and other gurus use innovative approaches of their times to spread their message to the masses. Gurus believed that music is the language of the soul, and it is the way through which one can feel God and harmonize with him. While traveling, Guru Nanak Dev Ji was accompanied by Bala and Mardana. They would wake up early to sing melodious and mystical songs of God, Shabad Kirtan. Kirtan has become an important part of Sikhism. Kali Jug mein Kirtan Pradana, Gurmukh Japiye Lai Dhyana. Guru Nanak Dev Ji was determined to spread the message of God. Another approach was that he traveled across the subcontinent to educate the people with his teachings of compassion, equality, and kindness. He undertook 5 journeys, udasis, spent 24 years of his life in his journeys, covering a staggering distance of 18,000 miles by foot. In today's times, we can spread Sikhi's message through social media. Currently, there are several websites online that continue to do the seva. We need to do our part using available technology to educate people in our communities with Guru's message. The purpose of human existence has been to merge and be one with God. The lives of our Gurus teach us the secret that enables us to get closer to Vaheguru. Guru Nanak Dev Ji taught that the path to Vaheguru is through Kirat Karna, Naam Japna, and Vanchakam. His other teachings are: truth is high, higher still is truthful living. Sacha Soda, sharing the valuable and resources with the poor is true business. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala, Tere Pane Sarbat Tapala. Guru Nanak Dev emphasized the concept of universal well-being, equality and respect for women. Guru Nanak Dev Ji says, "So kyo manda aakye jit jame rajan." Seva, concept of selfless service. Seva karat hoine kami, tisko hot parapat swami. These concepts make Sikhism a way of life, and so these beliefs reflect our actions on a daily basis and bring us closer to Vaheguru. In conclusion, I am grateful and feel blessed to have read this book. It has given me tools to enrich my life and spread the values by my actions laid out by none other than our gurus. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
They just sing.
Judges, they just sing.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. This book talks about many rituals, and we all follow a few in our daily lives. This is because we have been taught to accept them as part of a legacy which flows in our religion or family. Sikhism, as we all know, is a derivative from the Hindu religion, which believes in different types of gods and goddesses. And that is one strong reason why we fall for these rituals. We must question the rituals and confirm if they align with the teachings of our gurus. For example, Guru Nanak Dev Ji confronted the rituals about wearing the janeo and refused to wear it because it would break after some time. He mentioned that he would like to wear one that made compassion the cotton, contentment the thread, modesty the knot, and truth the twist. He said, "Please bring one which will imbibe all of these qualities, and I will wear it." It is very important for us to not engage in meaningless rituals, because the true and dedicated prayer is the one when the meanings of the hymns dwell in our mind while we are reciting it. Mere dedication of God's without grasping the crux of it is not a real prayer, and unfortunately, this is what happens when we blindly follow the rituals. A Sikh must question the rituals the way gurus question giving water to the sun or educating yogis in Gorak Mutt. We should believe in one God and align our mind and soul with Him. Chit charan kamal ka asra, chit charan kamal sang jorye. Guru Nanak Dev Ji did extensive land journeys within India and abroad, spreading his universal message to the masses of Kirat Karni, Vanchakna, and Non-Japna. He said to believe in Ik, do selfless service, share and care with the needy, earn an honest living, shed all inequalities, and be compassionate to others. Aval Allah Nur Upaya Kudrat Ke Sab Bande. Our gurus used kirtan to spread their teachings and taught people how to reach the stage of Brahman consciousness. Guru Angad Dev Ji developed the Gurmukhi script to write Gurbani for the masses. He also gave the institution of Langar, which further helped in promoting the spirit of equality among people. Guru Arjan Dev Ji gave the concept of secularism by letting Mian Mir Muslim lay the foundation stone of Harmandir Sahib. Guru Hargobind Ji laid the foundation for political attitude by constructing Akal Takht and by carrying Miri and Biri. He gave a new direction to Sikhs to defend their faith with arms. Sikhism is a way of life, and it helps us to understand Ik, oneness. I would like to amplify this idea through social media, school debates, and as part of community discussions, and tell people that Guru actively encourages us to look at everything as one, not as multiple different things. God is not someone who lives above the cloud and has a long white beard. God resides in each and every one of us. You, and you. Humanity is the biggest asset we all have, and it should not be confined in watertight compartments, labeled by different religions or gods. Miri and Biri can be practiced empowering oneness and standing against dictatorships and meaningless practices. Gurus taught us to get close to Vaheguru by absorbing ourselves in God's divine name, or by doing meditation and remembering one and only one God. Guru shared through practical examples that unmeaningful rituals do not take us close to Vaheguru. Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji mentioned that we don't need to go anywhere to seek God. He resides within us as fragrance of a flower or our own reflection in the mirror. Being close to Vaheguru gives us the wisdom and courage to enter deep within our mind. Sikhs believe that life is a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. By constant remembrance of God with a pure heart and righteous living, one can attain mukti and happiness in this world. However, because human life is not perfect, we must accept God's love and grace to be liberated from the cycle of June and be united with God. Acquiring wisdom through Bani and Sangat helps us to get closer to Vaheguru and develop different virtues such as truthful living, compassion, patience, contentment, love, humility, and self-control. These virtues can benefit us to improve the quality of life and mental well-being through the practices of Sikh meditation and mindful living. जिसके सिर ऊपर तू स्वामी सो तो कैसा पावे। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
Harbin Singh.
Judges Harbin Singh.
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Most people fall for rituals because they only focus on thoughts of those rituals. And because of that, their mind often strays from their daily life, and they often forget important tasks. Any rituals are easy to follow and distract the mind from the real purpose of life, which is to recognize and connect with the force of life, Ikonkar. We still feel that somehow by doing these external rituals, we can be saved in this or the next life. Even after 550 years of Guru Nanak's preachings, we are looking for that external God and have not truly understood the deep meaning of Gurbani and continue to engage and promote rituals. They can only lead to an increase in one's ego, thus create the path even more difficult for ourselves. For example, Guru Sahib has clearly explained that the only purpose of the Janeo was to accept and promote rituals. He very intelligently explained how a mere cotton thread could not bestow greatness upon anyone. A person of high caste is one whose deeds are honest and upright. A person of thread is prone to breaking and burning. How will it help in the next life, he explained. There kapa santok sut jat gandhi satwat ejneu ji ka hai tapandegat. This was one of the many famous rituals that Guru Sahib preached against. Instead of following rituals, Guru Sahib advised people to follow the three main principles: Naam Japna, Kirat Karna, and Van Chakna. The approach that Guru Nanak Dev Ji used to spread the message of oneness to all of humanity was going on 4 udasis to each of the 4 directions. For example, at the banks of the Ganga River in Hardwar, people were offering water to the sun to give water to their ancestors. He started throwing it westward. Upon questioning, Guru Sahib asked them where they were throwing water and how far are their ancestors. After hearing the reply of 1,000,000 miles, he said, "My fields in Talwandi are just 350 miles away and are in need of water." People laughed and wondered. So he said, "If my water can't reach my fields 350 miles away, then how will your water reach your ancestors millions of miles beyond the sun?" People realized their mistake and fell at his feet. He advised them to be honest and work hard, and to not waste their life away in these external rituals. Another Sakhi from Guru Gobind Singh Ji's time of Bhai Dalla Singh Ji. Guru Sahib showed them the power of humility, fearlessness, and determination, the will to win and desire to succeed against all odds, following the Guru with your heart and mind. Guru Sahib said, "Ultimate freedom from one's mind can be achieved only by staying in hukam and singing praises of oneness." How I can use this knowledge to spread the message of oneness to all of humanity is by going to school and going door to door in my community to discuss the basic Sikh principles, leading my life as an example to others, in Boy Scouts and at school, following the principles of standing up for everyone, black or white, disabled or well, being inclusive wherever I go, school or playground, or even here at the Gurdwara. Think of universal brotherhood and make all my actions reflect that. The lives of the Gurus teach us on how to get close to Vaheguru by doing Path and by reading Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Vaheguru is not an external goal, it is our own internal journey. Mantu Jod Surup Hai Apna, Bhul Pachan. There is no God in the clouds. We must follow all our hearts and see the oneness in this world that we live in. In our daily lives, we must follow the Guru's teachings of loving and respect for everyone. Working hard and earning an honest living, and pray for Sarbat Tapala. Once our mind is with the Guru, we can follow Guru's wisdom and see Guru in all. Once our mind, learn Gurmukhi and try to read Bani on a regular basis. And learn the meanings of Gurbani. Involve yourself in the true seva of Sangat. Live a life of humility, not pride. Exercise our bodies and mind. Eat healthy, get good sleep, and listen to our Sangat. Our family, and involve ourselves in community activities. Everybody in this world is looking for that ultimate happiness. And that ultimate peace is not going to come from any worldly objects or experiences. We need to be close to the Guru, because the true Guru shows us the oneness in all. If we are not close to Vaheguru, then we will not fully connect with our inner soul. Our sufferings and pain can come to an end once we feel that connection and love. Nanak Bhagta Sada Vikas. Also, it brings us to a state of fearlessness, and we forget the ultimate fear, which is the fear of death. Nanak Naam Chadi Kala Tere Pane Sarbat Bla. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Ishvil Singh.
Judges Ishveer Singh.
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Sad Sangat Ji, one of the core fundamentals of Sikhism is not believing in rituals. Yet, many members of our society still fall prey to such acts for a multitude of reasons. To fully understand what motivates people to do so, we must first establish what a ritual is considered to be. Rituals are acts such as the Janeu ceremony mentioned in the book, using actions or symbols that are meant to give us an improved or holy status with Vaheguru, like the thread in the ceremony. The reason so many of us are attracted to rituals is because it is easier to do so, easier to look like a more faithful Sikh to others. Keeping cash and wearing kara, though both important, are much easier tasks than adopting a whole mindset and keeping to the Sikh principles of sharing with others, being compassionate and kind, and earning an honest living. Fear of not being able to have controls over one's circumstances also drives many people into doing rituals, hoping for better outcomes in their endeavors. In addition to this, rituals can be relieving in times of stress and worry. For these reasons, many people are attracted to rituals even when we've been warned against them. After all these reasons why people are attracted to rituals, you may be thinking, are they such a bad thing? Yet, rituals distract us from what is important, being a good human being and keeping to the Sikh traits. As Guru Nanak Dev Ji stated heavily during his Janeu ceremony, Daya kapa santok sutjat, gandhi sutvat, e Janeo jiaka haitapa degat. Guru Nanak Dev Ji asked Pandit Hardiyal if by wearing the thread will he become compassionate, kind, and honest. Through asking these questions, Guru Nanak Dev Ji identified what is important and that rituals do not make one a superior being. Instead, actions and thinking processes matter much more. Rituals culminate in the user feeling much better about themselves and that they have met the greatness that Vaheguru expects of us. If we are instead focused solely on being a good human being through our actions and their impacts, we come out of the situation a much more faithful Sikh. Guru Nanak Dev Ji was one of the most revolutionary and greatest philosophers of the 15th century. His methods to spread the message of Sikhi were both numerous and effective. Firstly, he used his udasis in the form of 4 long journeys in different directions over the course of 2 decades, to Tibet in the north, to Sri Lanka in the south, to Saudi Arabia in the west, and to Bangladesh in the east, hoping to reach as many people as possible. 2 of his other main tools that all of the gurus used in bringing about the message of Sikhi were Sanget and Pangat. Sangat was used so everyone, regardless of social status, could sit together and meditate on Guru Nanak's hymns and Bhai Mardana's rabab music. Pangat was used so everyone, regardless of caste, could sit together and eat free langar, amplifying the Sikh values of generosity and the Sikhi value of equality. We can learn from Guru Nanak's various methods and pull them into the present by altering them slightly to meet the modern era. One thing we can learn is to treat all people the same, regardless of caste. In the present day, there isn't a really influential caste system, but racial disparities are still there. So we can learn to help all communities regardless of ethnic backgrounds. Guru Nanak Dev Ji spread the message of Sikhi in a peaceful manner, only singing hymns and only stepping in to stop injustice. Yet, we must learn to be socially involved in this world by using social media and other platforms, as the gurus would never sit by idly while atrocities rampaged on. Despite being such influential people of their times, the gurus led surprisingly normal lives. They proved that we don't have to shy away from our daily life in order to be closer to Vaheguru. For example, after his udasis, Guru Nanak Dev Ji lived on a farm for 20 years. The true way to get close to Vaheguru is by going about our daily life, but by being kind, compassionate, honest human beings. We need to be close to Vaheguru for countless reasons. The stronger, the more intense belief we have in him, the closer we are to him. Being close to Vaheguru gives the strength and guidance to deal with tough times the right way. This leads to a virtuous, honest life, which results in us having inner peace and contentment. When our steps trail Vaheguru's, he helps pull the load of life. When Vaheguru is close to us, we are never alone in our problems in life, yet he does not promise that our problems will disappear, only that we have the strength and resolve to deal with them. And only by being close to Vaheguru, we can obtain mukti, meaning we are relieved of the cycle of life and death. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Brahmjot Singh.
Judges Brahmjot Singh.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। अव्वल अल्लाह नूर उपाया कुदरत के सब बंदे एक नूर ते सब जग उपजा कौन भले कौन मंदे। God created light, of which all the beings were born, and from this light the universe. So who is good and who is bad? Many people all around the world fall for meaningless rituals and for superstitions due to lack of clear understanding and ignorance. For example, worshipping stones and pretending they're gods. Guru Nanak Dev Ji called this practice useless and meaningless. These poor people believe undertaking these rituals will bring them peace or blessings from Vaheguru. Superstitions and rituals are associated with false hopes and beliefs. They are useless and only bring confusion and take you away from reality. They will not remove the stain caused by a lifetime of sins. The Sikh faith does not support blind rituals or superstitions. In the book, Brief History of the Sikh Gurus, Guruji explained to the Pandits that wearing janeo does not help a person to lead the cycle of transmigration. However, a person's good deeds, actions, and meditation on true Nam helps a person to achieve liberation. People search for fast methods to achieve their goal. They think by performing certain rituals and ceremonies, they can obtain worldly or spiritual desires in easier ways. But Guruji's teachings do not align with such beliefs. It is very important that we do not support or engage in such rituals. Rather, we should follow Guruji's core principles: Naam Japna, Kirat Karni, ate Vand ke Chakna. The filth of the mind needs to be washed through spiritual bathing. by listening to and singing Gurbani to cultivate a humble attitude and real love for all of humanity. The false beliefs will not take us anywhere, but connection to the true one can lead us to the bliss of eternal happiness known as Sachkhand. Guru Nanak Dev Ji made udasis, or missionary tours, to preach what true devotion and prayer is all about. He left home at an early age on a mission to spread the message of Ik Onkar, or one God. He traveled to different places in India and other countries, spanning 24 years, covering 28,000 kilometers, mostly on foot. He showed people the way to lead a selfless life while serving the community in the quest to connect with the omnipresent God. He convinced people that unless your inner mind is not centered with meditation, mere recitation by tongue is futile. He educated people to abstain from futile rituals, blind faith, harmful customs, and traditions. He held congregations in the Dharamshala in Kartarpur to educate people about the newfound religion of Sikhism. The best way we can spread the message of oneness of all humanity in the world is by living by our Guruji's teachings, by singing his praises, leaving evil ways of life, adopting pious living, being kind, serving the community, and sharing with the needy with humility. The lives of our Gurus teach us to believe in oneness of all humanity, which means all humans are equal because they are created by Vaheguru, and Vaheguru is present in every individual as the divine spark in our soul. The best and simplest way to be close to Vaheguru is by doing Shravat Kirtan and Nam Simran. Repetition of Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru is the easiest and simplest form of meditation. It allows us to clear our minds, detach from the day-to-day events, release stress, confusions, and emotions. Guruji says, the true path to salvation is serving one's duties of worldly living with the family, keeping check on the negative tendencies of the mind, and serving humanity while keeping the flame of God's Nam kindled in the heart every moment of life. The only way to fulfill our responsibilities to the world and towards God is by staying close to Vaheguruji, by keeping him close in our thoughts and feeling his presence, by praying for strength and fortitude to accept his will and to bring solace and serenity in our lives. Hukam maniye paiye. Vaheguruji ka khalsa, Vaheguruji ki fateh.
Anush Singh.
Judges Anush Singh.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ke Fateh. I am here to say that I believe what causes us to do useless prayer is by lack of belief in Waheguru Ji. It is also caused by thinking that Waheguru desires useless rituals. This all causes people to go astray from their duties to Waheguru Ji. It is important that we don't engage in them because it could harm you and it won't strengthen your connection to Waheguru Ji. An example of one of these rituals is Brahmins would preach that if you give all your belongings in alms to a Brahmin and get your body sawed, you would go to heaven. Obviously, this won't get you to heaven, and your sacrifice will be fruitless. So this ritual is considered useless, unlike singing Gurbani. This ritual shows no love for God, and it shows that people just want the reward of heaven. These rituals cause the gurus to teach people about Sikhi. The gurus spread Sikhi by showing courage and belief in Waheguru Ji. They also use logic to show the wrong in blindly followed rituals. For example, in Haridwar, people were throwing water towards the rising sun, believing it will reach their ancestors. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji threw water towards Talwandi. He said he was watering his plants in Talwandi. Everyone said he was crazy because the water won't go far enough. Then Guru Nanak Dev Ji taught them a lesson, saying, how could their water reach their ancestors? We can spread this message as well. We can do this by treating everyone with love and respect. For example, Guru Amar Das Ji would get water for Guru Angad Dev Ji every day, even though he is 70 years old and could barely make the journey. But since he respected Guru Angad Dev Ji so much, he would risk his life for him. This is one of the reasons why Guru Amar Das Ji is so close to Waheguru Ji. This shows us that if we are close to Waheguru Ji, we can avoid doing evil deeds and become courageous. This is all I have to say today. Thank you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ke Fateh.
Gureen Kaur. Judges Gureen Kaur.
Guru Pyare Saad Sangat Ji, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Socha soch na hovi, jai socha lagvar. Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, by washing and cleaning your body, even hundreds and thousands of times, the mind cannot be purified. Guruji questioned idol worship, visiting holy places, and donations to priests if all these actions only boosted arrogance and pride. Gurbani has made us aware of these false beliefs for centuries, but then why do we still fall for them? It is sort of a mental trap. Our minds think that by practicing certain rituals, we will be more virtuous and considered religious by the society, as that's what religious people do. Rituals also give you a false sense of security, that after performing them, circumstances will improve. For example, people commonly offer to visit a special Gurdwara if their illness can be cured or a wish can be fulfilled. But the reality is that following rituals is usually misleading. They are merely an action that does not bring a desired effect. Washing your body will not clean your mind. Matvit Ratan Jawahar Manik Jai Ek Gur Ki Sikh Sani. Gurbani clearly says, mind can only become pure and shine like jewels if we listen to the Guru's teachings. We should not waste our time and effort on external actions, as they'll only give us a false sense of purity and inflate our ego. From first Guru to 10th Guru, it was one message, but spread in their own different ways. Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, Samna jiya ka ek tata sama visar na jai. We should never forget that all living forms are created by one creator. Guru Nanak Dev Ji never tried to convert his friend Mardana to be a Sikh, but always encouraged him to be a good Muslim. Universal equality and love for everyone was the message that was beautifully passed on to future Gurus. Guru Angad Dev Ji brought equality and love with langar system, free food with no discrimination. Guru Amar Das Ji broke the sati and brought the traditions, bringing gender equality. Gurus carried on the baton of universal brotherhood, even at the cost of their lives. What better way than the supreme martyrdom of Guru Arjan Dev Ji and Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji? And when peaceful times changed to war, Guru Har Gobind Ji and Guru Gobind Singh Ji prepared the Sikhs so well that they would not hesitate to fight on the battlefield and sacrifice their lives for justice and protecting rights for others. How can we spread this message of oneness further? Well, we have to understand it first for ourselves. Do I see myself as being different and better, or the same and being one with the rest of the universe? We cannot find the divine anywhere else but in the human hearts. We may look different, but the inside light or aliveness is the same. Any seva of human life, animal life, or plant life without boosting your ego is an act worth doing. I volunteer at Feed My Starving Children, an organization to feed underprivileged children, and that has given me an experience of equality and love for the universe. Gurujis have taught us many life lessons through Sakis, that I must always bring this mindset before any challenge. That, how would Guruji have handled this situation? Guruji spent their lives within their families, like ordinary folks. But while they're connected to that external world, they went on an inner journey too. Mantu Jot Sarup Ha Apna Mul Bhajan. They recognize the one eternal truth, that there's only one aliveness or Jot, and it exists in everyone. Gurujis never advocated isolating yourself from the world to do meditation on Vaheguru. Instead, they showed the world that do the meditation and connect with Vaheguru while you're working, eating, walking, and talking to others. So the question is, how do we do that? Gurbani has the answer. Sab Gobind hai, Gobind bin nahi koi. The only way this can be achieved is if we see everyone as a form of Vaheguru. All the people, all the actions, all the objects are divine. Man harji tera nal hai, gurmati rang man. If we recognize that oneness or divine is within me and in everyone else, we'll forever be blissful. The internal bliss or peace will keep us grounded, and that is also called Sahaj or Dradigla, and will save us from the cycles of anger, frustration, stress, and anxiety. I can only spread peace if I'm at peace myself. So the benefit of this inner individual peace can be unlimited, as this can become global peace. We can end hatred and wars and bring happiness back home. As Guruji beautifully said, Duk Badha Sukh Kar La Jai. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Simardeep Kaur.
Sangat ji, just one announcement. किसी संगत के member के घर बाबा जी की भीड़ जा रही है. So we are gonna let them go first before the Simardeep is gonna speak. You can come here, Simardeep. So ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਭੀੜ ਜਾਏਗੀ, of course ਸੰਗਤ members ਖੜੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਇਓ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ.
Judges Simardeep Kaur.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜੇ ਸੋ ਚਾਂਦਾ ਉਗਵੇ ਸੂਰਜ ਚਰੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਏਤੇ ਚਾਨਣ ਹੁੰਦਿਆਂ ਗੁਰਬਿਨ ਘੋਰ ਅੰਧਾਰ If 100 moons were to rise and 1,000 suns appeared, even with such light there would still be pitch darkness without the Guru. The light of knowledge which we receive from Guruji shows the right path away from unnecessary rituals. Like giving your belongings to Brahmins before you die to get a straight seat to heaven, or giving water towards the east side where the sun rises to people you have lost. When Guru Nanak went to Haridwar, he went to Ganga. He saw that people there were told that if they did not do the ceremony and donate in the name of the person who passed, the person would not be able to reach salvation. And this was just false information and just a reason for money. Then when Guru Nanak Ji looked toward the river, he saw people offering water to the west side. No, the east side, sorry, where the sun rose, so it could reach their ancestors. Guru Ji entered the water and started throwing water to the west side. This shocked people and he gathered a crowd. People started asking him what he was doing. Guruji replied saying, I was just giving water to my field because they recently had a drought. After hearing this, people laughed and said, how can the field receive the water that you are dropping right here? Then Guruji said, my field is only 350 miles away. If it can reach your ancestors' and abode, which is millions of miles beyond the sun, it should be able to reach my field. All the people struck with realization and asked Guruji for forgiveness. These rituals have made fools out of us. These rituals have taken from us and given to the false saints and sadhus. These rituals have made us virtual slaves due to the lack of knowledge from Gurbani. Dube narak tar mur gyan re bina bichar pavna bahin kaise gyan ko bichare. The fools have drowned in the current of how without the deliberations of knowledge, because how can a faithless person comprehend the concepts of knowledge? Guru Nanak Ji went to 4 udasis. Guru Nanak Dev Ji went to Tolamba. This was in his first udasi, second place traveled. This was a travel where Sajjan Tug learned that his evil deeds were wrong. Sajjan Tug would disguise himself as an innocent holy man and would target people that were there for traveling or new and invite them to stay a night with him. Then when they'd fall asleep, he would sneak in and rob them and sometimes kill them. One day he invited Guru Nanak Ji to spend a night at his house. And then when seeing Guruji refusing to sleep, Sajjan asked what the reason was. Then Guruji replied by singing a verse for a lesson for Sajjan, summing up how bronze is shining and bright, but when rubbed, its blackness appears. Even if washed 100 times, its impurity cannot be removed. Only those are my true friends who always stand by my side. One's true friends are one's good deeds. The Gurus have all spread messages in many ways. An example is when Bhai Lehna was given tasks to do from Guru Nanak that even Guru Nanak's own sons refused to do. There was one story that most of you have probably heard. It was when Guru Nanak Ji asked Bhai Lehna to eat a dead body under a cover, and Bhai Lehna Ji obeyed. And when he picked the cover to reveal the body, it turned out to be fruit. Every Guru has shared a message in a way that has changed and moved people. We can also spread the message to humanity by sharing to friends and family. If we all do our part, we can spread Sikhi's message. We can do our part and share and teach, and they can do their part and listen and share to others. Onam akhar suno bichar, onam akhar tripavan sar. Listen to the message of the universal imperishable Creator Lord. The universal imperishable Creator Lord is the essence of the 3 worlds. Our 10 Gurus led us by example, living their life according to Gurbani. In my opinion, Hukam Manana and Pana Manana are 2 very important concepts that we can learn from Guru's life and practice in our lives. We need to get close to Vaheguru because being close to Guruji helps us physically and mentally or in every way. It benefits us physically and mentally by making us prepared for any situation. Being close to Guruji connects us to Gurbani. It expands the knowledge we have. Doing Path cleans our mind from bad thoughts. Bin Gur Preet na upaje, haume mail na jaye. Without the Guru, love does not well up and the filth of egotism does not depart. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Her core.
Meher Kaur. पीछे शुरू करें? Okay. Meher Kaur, start.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. In Sikh Dharam, we do not believe in rituals. We only believe in our Guru's teachings in the Guru Granth Sahib. As our 10th Guru said, Jab lag Khalsa rahe niara, tab lag tej diyo mein sara. Jab e gahe pirpan ki reet, main na karo inki prateet. This means, as long as the Khalsa follow only one path of the Gurus and follow the teachings of the Guru Granth Sahib, Guru Gobind Singh Ji will always be with the Khalsa. Many Sakhis teach us about rituals that don't mean anything. Some people still fall for them because they believe that they are the right thing to do. For example, in some religions, the followers of this religion worship idols. Our Gurus say that these idols are not the true Lord and should not be worshipped because they are man-made items. These inanimate idols cannot be the true Lord because they were created by a regular person, just like us. A Sakhi about Guru Nanak talks about the true Janeu. In this Sakhi, a Pandit put a piece of thread on Guru Nanak's wrist. Guru Nanak asked what the piece of thread was, and the Pandit replied, saying that the piece of thread represented high caste. He said that that piece of thread would help him in all matters in his next life after death. Guru Nanak said to give him a thread that won't be spoiled, will never break, and would never be burnt by a fire. Guruji expressed these views from a slok from Asakivar, which is, Daya kapai santok sut, jat gandi satvat, eho jineu ji ka, hey tapade gat, na eho tutte, na mal lage, na eho jale na jaye, dhan suman snanaka, jogal challe paye. This means, make compassion the cotton, contentment the thread, modesty the knot, and truth the twist. This is the sacred thread of the soul. If you have it, then go ahead and put it on me. It does not break. It cannot be soiled by filth. It cannot be burnt or lost. Blessed are those mortal beings, O Nanak, who wear such a thread around their necks. Another ritual that our gurus don't allow is fasting. They say that we should not fast because there is no point of it. In different cultures, the people who fast say that they are doing so to make their God happy. But in a Sakhi, Guru Nanak asks why their God would be happy that they are starving themselves. Guruji says that fasting should not be a ritual that we as Sikhs should follow. Varat na raho na me ramdana, tisse vi jo rakhe nidhana. I do not keep fasts, nor do I observe the month of Ramadan. I serve only the one who will protect me in the end. When Guru Nanak and the other 9 gurus were spreading the message of Sikhism, they never forced anyone to convert to the Sikh religion. All 10 gurus were very calm and never tried to be violent towards anyone. Guru Nanak, for example, just showed how some of the rituals being performed by people of other cultures were not true in the way that they were not worshiping the true Lord. An example of this is where Guru Nanak shows many people that the Pandit they are following is not who his followers think he is. In this Sakhi, a Pandit was telling his followers that he could see heaven, and many people believed him. The Pandit told everyone to close their eyes and he would help them see heaven. In front of the Pandit, there was a metal pot where people would put money and other precious items in for the Pandit. Guru Nanak told Bhai Mardana, his companion on his journey, to put the pot behind the Pandit. Bhai Mardana did as told, so when the Pandit opened his eyes a few moments later, he was very mad to find his pot missing. He said how it was very rude to play these kind of tricks on such holy people like himself. Guruji then asked, Panditji, if you can see all the way to heaven, why can't you locate your pot? The Pandit was very ashamed of himself because he realized the falsehood of his life. He was also so impressed by Guruji that he fell at his feet. Guruji then educated him about the Sikh faith and appointed him as a missionary and preacher. This is just one example of how Guru Nanak and the other gurus spread the message of Sikhism in a non-violent way. A way that we can spread Sikhism is by telling people about our culture and all of our beliefs. Puja karo, na nevaj gujaro, ek nirankar lere de namaskaro. I do not perform Hindu worship services, nor do I worship at Hindu sacred shrines. I have taken the one formless Lord into my heart. I humbly worship him there. The lives of our gurus teach us that to get close to Vaheguru, we have to do seva, path, kirtan, and we have to live an honest life and not deceive anyone. We also treat everyone equally. For example, we pass around Kada Prasad to everyone, no matter who they are. In our culture, we do not believe in high caste and low caste. The gurus always did what was right and never tried to hurt anyone. They were all very kind to everyone, no matter who they were or what their religion was. We need to be close to Vaheguru because without Vaheguru, we wouldn't have the life we have now. We need to thank Vaheguru for giving us everything by doing path, kirtan, and seva. When we are close to Vaheguru, we will always think of him when we are doing something. This means that we won't make bad decisions because he will always be influencing everything we do. This would lead us to a happy life because we would always be doing what is right. Our gurus have taught us that praying to idols and doing other rituals do not mean anything, and that it is very important to spread the message of Sikhism and get close to Vaheguru. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Turpatkol.
Is she here? ਤ੍ਰਿਪਤ ਕੌਰ।
ਗੁਰੂ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਰਾਜੀ, ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪਾ, ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਗੱਜ ਕੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਦੀ ਸਾਂਝ ਪਾਓ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਆਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਖੀ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਭਾਈ ਕਲਿਆਣਾ ਜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਨ ਤੇ ਹਰੀ ਸੈਨ ਹਿਮਾਚਲ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਇੱਕ ਕੱਟੜ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਸੀ, ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਨਮ ਅਸ਼ਟਮੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਰਤ ਰੱਖਣ ਲਈ ਕਿਹਾ। ਪਰ ਭਾਈ ਕਲਿਆਣਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਵਰਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਸੀ, ਸਗੋਂ ਲੰਗਰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੰਗਰ ਛਕਣ ਲਈ ਸੱਦਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਰਾਜਾ ਅੱਗ ਬਬੂਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਹੁਕਮ ਦੀ ਪਾਲਣਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਭਾਈ ਕਲਿਆਣਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਵਰਤ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਪਖੰਡ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੈ, ਅੰਨ ਨਾ ਖਾਏ ਦੇਹੀ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੀਜੈ, ਬਿਨ ਗੁਰ ਗਿਆਨ ਤ੍ਰਿਪਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਥੀਜੈ। ਰੀਤੀ ਰਿਵਾਜਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਭੇਡ ਚਾਲ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਹਿੰਦੂਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਵਾ ਚੌਥ ਦੇ ਵਰਤ ਰੱਖਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਵਰਤ ਰੱਖਣ ਨਾਲ ਘਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ ਲੰਮੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਇਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਤਾ ਵੀ ਸੱਚ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਛੋਟੀ ਉਮਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਧਵਾ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਲੋਕ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਛੋਡੇ ਅੰਨ ਕਰੇ ਪਖੰਡ, ਨਾ ਸੁਹਾਗਣ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਰੰਡ, ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਬੀਬੀ ਵਰਤ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਦੀ। ਹੁਣ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਉੱਠਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 10 ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਖੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਉਂ ਪਏ ਹੋਏ ਹਾਂ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਖੀਆਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਪਰ ਅਮਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਪਰ ਅਮਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਪਰ ਅਮਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਪੜ ਪੜ ਗੱਡੀ ਲੱਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪੜ ਪੜ ਪਰੀਏ ਸਾਥ। ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੰਨ ਤੋਂ ਕੱਢੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਹੁਣ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਚਾਰੀਏ। 10 ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਅਪਣਾਏ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਵਹਿਮਾਂ ਭਾਵਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਰਸਤੇ 'ਤੇ ਤੋਰਨ ਲਈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਪੈਦਲ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ 4 ਉਦਾਸੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਰਸਤੇ 'ਤੇ ਪਾਇਆ। ਗੁਰੂ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਪੀਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੀਰ ਦੀ ਤਲਵਾਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਦੇ ਚੋਜ ਸਿਖਾਏ। ਹੁਣ ਸਿੱਖ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੀ ਫਰਜ਼ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਤੱਕ ਹਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਕੂਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਟੈਲੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਚੋਲਾ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਗੱਤਕਾ ਕਰਨ। ਗਰੀਬ ਦਾ ਮੂੰਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਗੋਲਕ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਚਲਾਏ 20 ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਲੰਗਰ ਦੇ ਫਲਸਫੇ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੋਰੀਏ ਤੇ ਹੋਮਲੈਸ ਸ਼ੈਲਟਰ 'ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਭੁੱਖਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਣਾ ਖਵਾਈਏ। ਕੁਦਰਤੀ ਆਫਤਾਂ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤਮੰਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਨ, ਮਨ ਤੇ ਧਨ ਨਾਲ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰੀਏ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਪੱਧਰ 'ਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਚਲਾਈ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਹਰਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੱਜਣ ਤੇ ਨਿਊ ਜਰਸੀ ਦੇ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਗੁਰਬੀਰ ਗਰੇਵਾਲ, ਜੋ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਾਣ ਵਧਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਨਿਭਾ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ, ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਅਕੀਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਫਾ ਕਰੀਏ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤੀਸਰੇ ਸਵਾਲ 'ਤੇ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਲੱਗੀ ਹਾਂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਜੀਵਨੀ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸੌਖੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਹਨ। ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ 3 ਉਪਦੇਸ਼, ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ, ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਨੀ, ਵੰਡ ਛਕਣਾ, ਨੇ ਗਾਗਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਗਰ ਭਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਭਾਣਾ ਮੰਨਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆਪ ਤੱਤੀ ਤਵੀ 'ਤੇ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਾਈ ਤੇ ਉਚਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤੇਰਾ ਭਾਣਾ ਮਿੱਠਾ ਲੱਗੈ, ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਨਾਨਕ ਮੰਗੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਰਹਿਤ ਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਤਮ ਦੱਸਿਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਛੋੜੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਸਰਸਾ ਨਦੀ ਦੇ ਕੰਢੇ ਤੇ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆਸਾ ਦੀ ਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਹੁਕਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਰਹਿਤ ਪਿਆਰੀ ਮੁਝ ਕੋ, ਸਿੱਖ ਪਿਆਰਾ ਨਾਹੀਂ। ਹੁਣ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ? ਭਈ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਦੇ ਹੋਰੀਆ, ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਮਿਲਨ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਤੇਰੀ ਬਰੀਆ। ਮਨੁੱਖਾ ਜਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਉਂਦੇ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਸਕੀਏ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਦਸਾਂ ਨੋਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਮੰਗਾਂਗੇ, ਤਿਵੇਂ ਤਿਵੇਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਗੁਣ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਅਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ 5 ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਛੁਟਕਾ ਪਾ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਰੂਪੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਹੰਸਾਂ ਵਾਂਗ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਰੂਪੀ ਮੋਤੀ ਚੁਗਣ ਦੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਆ ਜਾਵੇਗੀ। ਅਖੀਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਾਂਗੀ ਕਿ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਦੇ ਦੱਸੇ ਗਾਡੀ ਰਾਹ 'ਤੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਫਨਾ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਸਕੀਏ, ਸੂਰਜ ਕਿਰਨ ਮਲੀ ਜਲ ਕਾ ਜਲ ਹੁਆ ਰਾਮ, ਜੋਤੀ ਜੋਤ ਰਲੀ ਸੰਪੂਰਨ ਥੀ ਆਰਾਮ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Galinqua.
So that was group 3. ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੈਂਟਸ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ 15 ਮਿੰਟਸ ਦੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੱਜਸ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਲਈਏ ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਐਂਡ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਅਨਦਰ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਇਜ਼ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ 3 ਜੱਜਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਗਰੁੱਪ 'ਚ ਸੀਗੇ, ਇੰਦਰਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 2 ਗਰੁੱਪਸ ਦੀ ਜੱਜਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਅਤੇ ਵਿੱਕੀ ਭੋਗਲ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਲੈਫਟ ਸਾਈਡ 'ਤੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜੈਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਉਹ ਰਾਈਟ ਸਾਈਡ 'ਤੇ ਹਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਨੋਟਸ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਪਰ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਐਂਡ ਇਸ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦਾ ਜੈਕਾਰਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਾਈਏ। ਸਾਰੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਨੇ ਅਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ, ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਸੋ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਪਲੀਨ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ 15 ਮਿੰਟਸ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, 15-20 minutes. And I know the program got a little bit late, but that's okay. That happens sometimes. We are still not that late. And judges, whenever you are ready to give us the score sheets, take your time. And thank you, everybody. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਲੰਗਰ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਬੈਠੀ ਹੈ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰੀਏ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਚੁੱਪ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਫ ਕੋਰਸ ਦਾ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਸੁਣਨਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਕੌਣ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਯੰਗ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਆ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਣ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਸਕਣ, ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੀ ਤਿਆਰੀ ਕਰ ਸਕੋ ਔਰ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ। ਤੇ ਯੰਗੈਸਟ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਆਲਵੇਜ਼, ਐਂਡ ਫॉर ਮੀ ਵਿਕੀ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਦ young judge, and of course Jaideep is also so young, so he is a newcomer and will give his point of view, and then Vicky has been doing judging for a long time, so I would like to hear from him what he has seen in many, many years, how the kids have done, improved, and what kind of suggestions he wants to give, or whatever his advice is for today. I will be really thankful for these two judges. So, Vaheguru, Sangat ji, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਣੋ, ਸਾਰੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਣੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Satsang ji, Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh. First off, I'm going to thank Hardeep Auntie for her ongoing dedication for this speech competition. Every year, she has put her mind and heart and soul into this. So please, everybody, join me. Jikara. Vaheguru ji ka Vaheguru ji ki fateh. Bole so nihal. Guys, I'm a kid that grew up here. I don't know if y'all know that, right? Meri umar 35 saal di ho gayi hai, and over the years I've seen much pessimism from our communities. They're saying Sikhi is dying on the vine. Itte baale mulkan de vich. And I just want to challenge them. Jehde he kende a na ke if you attend these speech competitions like y'all have today, this is proof it is live and it's got a bright future. Okay? By attending today's speech competition and delivering so beautifully, I was not able to attend all of the speeches, but I am just so amazed. And I am, Auntie Menu young, which is pretty funny because I don't consider myself young anymore, right? But I look at as me being the old guy now of the younger generation, we're going to be able to hand over the mantle to a very promising future. So I know this is non-traditional in the Gurdwara Sahib, but it's okay. We're going to give each other, all of us, a good hand here, okay? When you guys do these speech competitions, okay, I know you are trying to compete against the people to the left and right of you, right? That is one way to do yourself. You challenge yourself with your others. But what I want to see, and what I've seen beautifully over the years, main chote bachchiyan nu dekhya as they were growing up over the years, and I've seen them become great orators over the years, right? I've been doing, like Auntie said, I've been judging these speech competitions for I don't know how many years now, right? And the beauty that I see is the improvement from year to year, right? If you walk away today and you wanted to win, first place, but you came away with fourth place, that's not what the key of this is, guys. Y'all are going to be given a ribbon or a trophy or a medal. It doesn't mean much, right? At the end of the day, did you challenge yourself? है ना? ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ struggle ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਜੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, is that you challenge yourself. Are you a better person than you were when you woke up this morning? And I promise you, as you did these speeches, you are a better Sikh, because what did you learn? You read through these books, you prepared. You have taught yourself principles, right, throughout this. Now the challenge to you guys is that are you going to put those principles that you learned, are you going to just say, okay, partly, one ear out the other? I think that's one of the examples that one of the kids used, right? That's what we don't want to do today, right? We want to walk out and we want to intertwine that into the fabric of our lives, right? Into your careers. This is not, Sikhi is not just something ke Gurdwara aake hai na. We don't want to be Sunday Sikhs, right? You got to make sure that when you are in your community, you are a representative of your religion. Asi Nishan Sahib kehne hain na, har ek Sikh Nishan Sahib hega yaar, hai na? You are a representative of your community, how you act, what you say, what you do. So make sure that you remember that as you interact from day to day, right? When you have, as you grow older, you're going to have times in lives where you can say, hey, I can treat this person, I can pay him less, I can, I can get away, I can swindle this person. Just remember that you are not representing yourself, you're representing your community, what you stand for. Make it so that when somebody interacts with somebody else, when you are a Singh or a Kaur, right, they'll remember, I've dealt with a Singh or a Kaur before, and guess what? I trust you. Just with that, just imagine, I have given so many speeches through IBM. I'm a software engineer, and I've given many speeches on the stage before. And I just feel so proud because when I come in front of the stage, I feel like there is a crowd cheering me on. They're not necessarily there, right? But I come with a reputation, right? They say, this is a Singh. What he is saying, he's going to stand behind, right? And that's something huge, and you need to carry that mantle very strongly, okay? Other points that I want to bring to you is, and I might disappoint some of the parents here, and please, I don't mean to offend. I'm an engineer myself, so I can offend myself as an engineer. But saadi aadat hegi as parents to say, let's go the safe route, right? Asi apne bachchiyan nu hai na doctor banaiye, engineer banaiye. But what I'm seeing is potential in these speeches that were given today. We have the chance now to become politicians, to make changes in our communities, right? This is, ਪਹਿਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ America ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, we were struggling, right? And I'm now raising the second generation, right? As parents, we need to challenge ourselves. Let's not go the safe routes, right? Let's start making those policy changes that need to be in place to make our community stronger, right? That might not be the best paying jobs, right? But the thing is, I'm now starting to see the effects of people that are well established that are saying, let's go take that risk. Like, let's have our children take on different careers, right? So that's my challenge to our parents, right? I'm a parent as well. I've got 2 kiddos. But let's not go those, normal routes, right? Let's go against the grain, okay? The bar that I'm seeing is set higher every year, right, with our children. But one thing that you got to remember is the bar is not who's left to right of you. The bar is yourself. That's what I want you to walk away from again, right? I stress this point, but I want you to walk away with this. Make sure that you performed better than you did last year. Bas ਇੰਨੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀਗੀ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ.
Thank you so much, Kulveer, and I'm so happy that you came here at the podium and said something to the youth, and they were listening to you and the parents. So that makes a big difference than coming from the other generation that has not lived here, were not born here. So thank you so much for saying that. And when you said about me, this is like 15 at least ongoing volunteers day in, day out, who are working behind this, this symposium. And they are like, I can call them any minute and they are ready for 8 p.m. meeting. And this has been going, so whole Sangat nu pata chalna chahiye कि इन्ने इधे behind काम करने वाले ने कोई technology दा कर रहा, कोई photography कर रहा सी, किसी दा काम ही सिर्फ क्या कहते सारियां दी registration online सीगी, किसी दा registration desk nu set up करना. And the kids who have participated in these symposium, they came and they said to the other kids, we won and we learned this, not one winning, but we learned these things from the symposium. So I cannot even tell you how it is spreading itself, Yes, Sikhi कहते होंगे ना 1.25 लाख से एक लड़ाऊं, ये बहुत इत्थे तो 1.25 लाख तैयार हो गए ने, ते अगे साडी सिक्खी दा फ्यूचर अच्छा ही रहेगा. ये सानू सारियां नू याद रखना चाहिए. ये अगे चढ़दी कला च ही रहेगी. ते हुण मैं जयदीप नू कहांगी, जयदीप सिंह, कि तुसी फर्स्ट टाइम आए हो, ते any thoughts on the kids and the symposium. वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. First off, I would like to congratulate all the parents and all the kids, because look at the journey that you have taken. 2-3 hafte pehle you have not read that book, you have not practiced in front of the mirror, you have not written your speech, but now you've gone through the process where you've written your speech, you have practiced, and more importantly, you have delivered the speech. You are very confident on the stage. Thank you for participating in that process to parents and kids. Few technicalities of how I can comment on how to improve your speech. मैं उसके बारे में थोड़ी जी गल करांगा, because delivering your point is very important, not only in the speech competitions, but you're also going to practice this in school when you're communicating in a group setting with other kids. When you will be talking to kids elder than you or kids who have a louder voice than you, use this experience to put forth your point. So when you're giving your speech, it's not only just the words coming out of your mouth. You have to think about what is the tone of your voice. So what is, like, are you giving a variation in the tone where you are sometimes loud, sometimes lower in volume? Is there a tone dictation that you're changing? Point about eye contact. If you're telling somebody, make an eye contact with that person in a group setting. If you're not, they don't know whether you're talking to me or to the walls or to somebody else behind me. So use your eye contact. Organize your content. So the speech was organized into 3 questions that are there. Each question was split up into 2 parts. But then you need to go and use transitions from one part to another. You will need the same transitions when you are in a group setting and delivering your point in front of others. Most important is content. If you understand your content, if you can communicate that content to your younger sibling at home, you can communicate that content to others. If you believe in your content, you can tell it to others very confidently and you can back it up with facts. So organize your thought process with the beginning, middle, and end. Start off with some of the kids started off with very good lines from Guru Granth Sahib. Some of them ended up with a very good message of world peace. So use your beginning, middle, and end judicially. That's your real estate. In the end, just one point that I learned from all of you, rituals are not only religious. There are a lot of different types of rituals. Ritual can also be just participating in the speech contest. The important thing is, what do you take away from this practice that you did? Some things that I learned from you guys today is the effort that it takes to prepare a speech, the effort it takes to make changes and remember those changes, to memorize the speech, the effort it takes, the courage it takes to come in front of this audience. My legs are trembling, but you guys came out and were very confident in delivering your messages. So thank you for inspiring me. Take the message from what you read in the book, what you said on the podium. Remember, those were your words. Take the smallest step to inculcate that in your daily life. That's the only request I have. You have inspired me to take that step, and let's learn together. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Balpa ji, theek siga time?
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Thank you so much, Jadeep. And you went over the different on the content and the presentation that they needed to hear that. Thanks a bunch. And I know we are expecting your kids next year too. So this is the way I strike with my friends and family. And some of them start hiding from me because they think, oh my God, auntie ne fir kehna register karenga. I think I'm going to pass on this torch. Already it's passed on, but so that I can hide and then attack. But anyway, मैं थानू दसना चाहनी है कि सिंपोजियम दे पिछे जिन्हां ने लगातार काम किया है, जसकिरण कौर, चरणवीर कौर रंधावा, दपलीन कौर, हरपाल रंधावा, जसप्रीत रंधावा, मनमोहन सिंह चीमावीर जी, प्रीत सिंह रंधावा, प्रितपाल सिंह खनूजा, रमन सिंह, एंड उस तो इलावा साडे कोल रीत रंधावा, हरमन, and Sandeep Singh, Diplene's husband, and all, means this is just the number who attended the meetings and the things were distributed to them. And behind all the the names, he's or she's, their spouses are there too. And they struggled when I said 8 p.m. meeting, 9 p.m. meeting, because their kids need to go to school the next day. So I literally am saying, it's not me. I could not have done that. It is all of you. And then parents, remember one thing, remember today, when you go home taking these kids with you, whatever the efforts you put in, tell the kid. If you started preparing for this just the night before or just a week before, please don't blame symposium. This is your effort, right? Don't blame anybody else, because if somebody has been practicing and doing for a month or 2 months or maybe 3 months, because the books we have been giving for quite some time, that is the effort that matters, right? Let's all tell ourselves what we could have done rather than what the other person could have done. Because I tried my best for judges. We had 15 judges, 2 dropouts, so thode je mainu thor lene paye. Ask them how much we have done the meeting, going into the questions. This is the way you have to answer. You have to write the comments. So it was a full together effort for everything. Please remember this thing. It's not one person, and we need to, it's the 21st year this year, so we have to keep going. So I am going to start with group 1, and I would like all the names that I have taken, whoever is available here, please come here. You are the ones who deserve to give these trophies, these ribbons, and the money to these kids. So if you, and then I had like each workshop coaches. So if you are present as the coach, please come here so we can, you can give the, all these prizes, you can give the prizes to the kids. Remember, all the first, whoever comes first in each group gets $50 in that envelope. Second who comes in each group gets $40, and the third one, $30, and all participants get $20, and Punjabi speakers get $25. So there's lots of money along with these ribbons too. So please, I will say, Ramanji, you can come. Jaspreet and Charan, come on. Yeah. And there were lots of ladies who were working hard. And Harman? And where is Jaskiran? So let's do this group 1, let's do all ladies. You can come with us. Sorry, no, you can come too. Raman, okay, you want to go for second group? That's fine. I am so sorry. All of a sudden I was asking all. Okay, so now the group 1. And another thing you have to remember is that the names of the participants that I'm gonna take, and of course, Dipleen, you are there too. So the names of the participants, when I say, it does not mean that you were the last one on the participant list, right? I have gone with all the participants with their first names, A's, B's, C's, D's. So that does not mean you were the last one on that. So I'm gonna start with the participants first. Group 1, the participants, I think they need to go here. That's the only place you guys can be seen. Come on. Okay. Okay. You can go there too. So, yes. So, first one is Ashvi Kaur, participant. Sat Sri Akal. And give. The participant, Amreen Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Participant, Baj Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Participant Bandhan Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. She's gone? Okay. Participant Imanat Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Participant Jia Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Oh, she went home. Mom can come. Then the next participant, Hargun Kaur, also Sat Sri Akal, and also the Punjabi speaker. So, the next one is participant Harjas Singh. Sat Sri Akal. The next is participant Harjot Singh. Sat Sri Akal. The next participant is Harnoor Kaur. Bole So Nihal. The next participant is Harrag Singh. Bole So Nihal. Harrag. Hanji. Is not here? Okay. The next one, we do need to see this one. Himmat Singh. Bole So Nihal. Sat Sri Akal. Here he doesn't need the mom. The next participant is Ekjot Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Ekjot. Then the next participant is Iknoor Kaur. Bole So Nihal. Okay. The next participant is Iman Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. And then next participant is Jasmine Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Both Jasmine Kaurs can come here. So both are participants. Bole So Nihal. The next participant is Manraj Singh. Sat Sri Akal. That's what he needs. That's it. The next participant is Robin Preet Singh. Sat Sri Akal. And I think his brother, Sahaj Preet Singh, the next participant. Sat Sri Akal. So now, you can do it together, yes. So now we had ties for the third place. And the third place, I would like Aveer Singh and Bole So Nihal. And the other Thai one is third place, Naira Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. No. So then we had Thai for the first place, and that's the reason we don't have any second place when we have ties. So the first one is Sahiba Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. And the other tie is with Sahaj Kaur, who is also a Punjabi speaker. She's collecting money here today. Sat Sri Akal. So AC Sada Group 1. And after taking all the pictures, Reet, can we put this on our website too? Okay, so parents, if you want to see these pictures, it will be on the website where the registration was done. So all four, the Thai for first place and Thai for third place, they will be coming, they will be going to regional. So they are, the parents, please make sure that you talk to me and we will talk about those regionals once again. And now comes the group 2. Ramanji, hun thodi bari hai. Definitely. Reet, who will take the picture? I'm the Acha, chalo, theek hai. So, Rupinder, you can come too. And Rajan, you can come too. You have been means Harman has been always busy. Rupinder. Chalo. Group 2, again, I'm going to go with ABCD, the naal jinna da naam hai. And the participant, first participant is Gracie Kaur. Bole So Nihal. The other participant in this group is Mannat Kaur and also the Punjabi speaker. Punjabi speaker. Sat Sri Akal. And then the next participant is Manraj Singh in group 2. Sat Sri Akal. I think he's not here. The next participant is Ramjit Singh. Sat Sri Akal. And the next participant in this group 2 is Ravneet Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. So then comes the third place, and third place in group 2 is Arjit Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Second place in group 2 is Ade Singh. Sat Sri Akal. And the first place in group 2 is Anhad Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Group 3 judges, if you can come to give them their prizes. Yeah. So group 3, the participant is Simardeep Kaur. She's gone? Oh no, she's here. Okay. Bol So Nihal Sat Sri Akal. Participant in group 3, Ranveer Singh. Sat Sri Akal. And the next participant in group 3 is Meher Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. The next participant in group 3 is Harbin Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Yeah. The next participant is Gurman Singh. Sat Sri Akal. And the next participant in this group is Gureen Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Next participant is Brahmjot Singh. Sat Sri Akal. The next participant is Anush Singh. Sat Sri Akal. I think it's not here. So the next participant is Eka Singh. Sat Sri Akal. In this group 3, the third place is Tripat Kaur, and Punjabi speaker. Sat Sri Akal. Second place in group 3 is Ishveer Singh. Sat Sri Akal. And the first place in group 3 is Tejas Singh. Sat Sri Akal. So group 3, thank you so much judges. And group 3, we will be taking first place and second place to regional. And group 2 also, since there were 8 participants, first and second place will go to the regional. So Anhad Singh and Adesh Singh will go to the regional. Most probably it's going to be end of May. I will keep you updated. I will keep your emails and call you. And all the participants and the parents, anything that you think that you need to talk to me about this symposium or comments or anything, I will say it's much better if you call me today or call me tomorrow and day after. After that, I might be busy too. So just call me and I will tell you what we can do, how to improve. That's what we have trained the judges. They have written the comments. But at the same time, thank you so much, everybody, the participants, the parents, and then the judges and the volunteers and the timekeeper, Jasbir Kaur, Jaspreet, and the calculation of the marks, everything, Jupin Kaur, Jevan Singh, Resham Singh, everybody did a great job. And the Gurdwara committee who gave us this hall. So, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਲੋਕਲ ਸਿੰਪੋਜ਼ੀਅਮ ਫॉर ਰਿਚਰਡਸਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਫਸਟ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਥਰਡ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਬਟ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਚੌਥੇ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦਾ ਹੈ from 2 to 4 p.m. So anybody interested to see that? Tomorrow it is going to be from 2 to 4 p.m. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ.